Hi there, this is Wright, and you're watching my playthrough of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. If you like what you see, consider liking and commenting on this video. Also hit that subscribe button if you want to be the latest to find out what happens next. Anyways, don't want to keep you waiting, please enjoy. Hello, this is Wright, gaming lawyer at your service. We're once again back with another stream, back with another Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. And congratulations to the Neon for being the first, and also thank you for the sub. And how's my headache? It's good. I still have a bit of headache, but I think I'm good. After waking up for a while, having breakfast and all that. And just generally try to not think too much. But yeah, either way, I'm good enough to do this, hopefully. And yeah, we'll be playing this game and then continuing the final case, which I assume there's probably not a lot left. So this might be a short one. It might be a short stream. So do take note. Anyways, so without further ado, let's find out what's going to be happening in this case. Alright, I'm sure some of you who haven't watched the stream, because there's no stream for the last session, it was just a playthrough. It's a let's playthrough. So yeah, we're halfway through the case, final case, probably, and probably not much left, but we'll find out. So without further ado, let's just start the game. But before that, I'm going to disable the preview just in case it freezes. Alright, let's do this. Alright, okay. Man, it feels like a long time since I did it, but it's only been I've only played this game just last week. Anyways, February 23rd, 11:56 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Mr. Wright. What? Are trials always like this with you? Yes. Like you're swimming up from the bottom of the lake, about to reach the surface. But no matter how hard you paddle, you never seem to get there. Pretty much. Except today, we're swimming in quicksand. Well, and a few months ago, we were swimming in lava. So what happened to your sister, anyway? Apparently she got called off to the judge's chambers. Probably something to do with that piece of cloth. So, this is where we turn this trial around, right? Our only weapon, a tiny, insignificant piece of cloth. I'm the one who's starting to feel tiny and insignificant to tell the truth. Oh, we have Cassidy. or I guess some sort of like Spanish Cassidy, Mexican Cassidy. Hola, partner. They say you show red cloth to a bull, it'll fire up its temper. That's what they told me when I was a young'un, at least. Officer Marshall! Thought I'd come take a look, see at how the trial's going. Looks like I'm late. They've got the home ranch locked down tighter than a fort in enemy territory. It's hard to sleep out, huh? What is going on over there anyway? All the police I've seen these last 2 days have been really on edge. Don't you got enough on your plate without worrying about other people, compadre? You could be worrying about the chief prosecutor's taste in mufflers, for example. Officer Marshall? The whole muffler thing didn't have anything to do with scarves. She wasn't even wearing a scarf. You don't say. Now don't that just be all? I've seen a rat priest blow at her slender neck many a time. I saw it that day too. She was wearing a red muffler. What? At the awards ceremony that afternoon, Edward seen it too, I'd reckon. What does it mean? In a photograph taken at the crime scene, she wasn't wearing a scarf. So, Miss Star wasn't mistaken. Well, it's about time. Remember, partner, sometimes you gotta grab the bull by the horns, and sometimes you just gotta let the bull go where it will. Time will tell. Ugh, I have a bad feeling about this. So, what are we swimming in now, Mr. Wright? If it's steak sauce, I can hook you up with some fond ribs. Hoo-wee. Is this how people from Texas speak? Right? Yeah, sure. February 23rd, 12:32 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. Hey! Hey, Baffy! A classic, I see, yes. It's a classic. And we're probably in the final true case of the game. Alright, let's start. I'd like... Oh no. I'd like to resume. Oh no, how... my judge voice. What's up? The judge keeps looking over at the prosecution. Is something wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Your face is blue. Your lips are purple. You're sweating bullets. And flowers are violet? Oh, anyways. That furrowed brow, those grinding teeth, those watery eyes. What's more, your eyes are unfocused. You're doubled over. Your back is... It can't be. This can't happen. I wonder what happened to Mr. Edgeworth. Knees weak, arms are heavy. Mom spaghetti? Well then, I believe it is time we continued on with this trial. During our recess, I had requested that the prosecution conduct an investigation. This is unacceptable. It seems our prosecutor is quite beside himself. Oh no, who is this? Excuse me, knock knock. Who's there? Your mama. Oh no, new character. What's with this guy? A strange stuffy aura seems to be filling the courtroom. Hey, the temperature rose 5.7 degrees when that man came in. Who on earth is he? Oh, it's you. Okay. Are you going to say something? Oh, oh, sorry, I'm late. Gee, the roads were packed. It's just me. Long time no see, eh, Gee? Oh, how you been? Seen much these days? Oh, hello. Hello. No, I've been so busy. Busy smizzy, Archie. My boy, you have to make time to relax. Ganondorf? Yes, indeed. Archie, seems to be his nickname for the judge. I'm afraid you're right. Very afraid. Sorry, but who are you? Aha! So you're Righto, the attorney. I've heard good things about you, son. Eh? Thanks? So sorry about our little worthy giving you all that trouble, eh? You know, we should all go swimming together sometime. And jolly. Little worthy?
Mr. Wright, you don't know the district chief of police?
Chief of police?
He's the top-ranking police officer in the entire district.
Looks like it.
Name's Gant. Damon Gant.
Demon? Alright.
Pleased to meet you, everyone. So, to what do we owe this honor today? It's been over 2 years since you last came to this courtroom, hasn't it?
Well, it's worthy here. Look at the poor fellow. I just thought I'd help out by bringing this. Hey, that's my sister's muffler. So Miss Star wasn't just seeing things. When a crime occurred, Miss Guy really was wearing that muffler.
But the thing that would stuff into that exhaust pipe. On Little Worthy's car, no less.
Okay, a lot of pauses with this guy.
It's really quite embarrassing, even for us. Ooh, what's this?
It's what you call a switchable blade knife, sorry. Switchblade knife, okay. Quite perplexing, this.
Objection!
Chief, what kind of outfit are you running?
Mr. Edgeworth.
How could it miss such a vital piece of evidence? If your investigators are this lax, how do you expect us to do our job?
Now, wait a minute, Worthy.
I've no desire to hear your excuses. I'm telling you to wait.
Or didn't you hear me?
Have a look at this document where it says person in charge of investigation. There's no mistaking that signature is there. Miles Edgeworth? That's not fair. On the day of the crime, I had
your head in the clouds because you got that award. I know how you feel.
But you're the person in charge. I'll expect a written apology. What? Are you serious? Don't be too upset. We'll find a way to clean up this mess that you made. This is the first time I've seen Mr. Edgeworth at a loss for words.
This kind of major blunder is unlike you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Gah.
The court accepts this new evidence, but I'd like to ask the defense a favor first.
Yes?
Just to be sure, I'd like to take a look at the blade of this knife.
The blade, Your Honor? Well, I don't see why not.
Could you open it up for me, I wonder?
Yes, well, I think all you have to do is push that switch and...
If I cut my finger, Mr. Wright, I won't be able to pound my gavel anymore.
Yeah, but if I cut my finger, I won't be able to point at people anymore. Alright. Come on, just hurry up and open it. Okay. Oh my god. Just let me do this manually. Oh well. Is there a reason a prosecutor would be signing off on police investigations. I am not particularly aware how prosecutors work with police, but the general idea is that whatever evidence there is, whatever evidence, whatever witness there is in such a criminal case, everything should be discussed, at least between the police and the prosecutor before the trial. So if there's any sort of like conflict, any sort of discussion, anything, strategy, tactics, what kind of evidence to be presented, all of it is done between each other. So I would say any evidence that will be presented in court would have been approved by both the police and the prosecutor. But Gan said he signed it off on it. Yeah, so supposedly since the prosecutor and police is on the same page, since the prosecutor wants to make sure the accused to whatever they are charged to be sentenced to have a guilty sentencing. So yeah, they would have probably approved everything, know whatever evidence is going to be presented. Not like Ace Attorney, all right? Ace Attorney is whatever evidence just comes up, can become up during the trial, after the trial ends, anytime. So yeah, don't think too much about how Ace Attorney court processes work. Wow, don't scare me like that. I'm the one who's scared. Look at this knife blade. The tip is broken off. And this dark red stain. Blood? Okay, could be blood. Definitely blood. But why are there two knives? Right, is there any way I could... There's some stains here. No idea what kind of stains they are. There's a tag, which is SL92. If you're wondering how he eats or breathes and other science facts, repeat to yourself, it's just a show. I should really just relax. There's a small tag on the knife. It says SL92. What's that supposed to mean? I'm not sure, but it reminds me of a similar code. DL6. Maybe it's a case number. That's weird. What? I don't remember where. I think I've seen something like this before. Something similar to what's written on this tag. It wasn't that long ago either. Maybe I should check the court record again. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Immediately I know what you're talking about. Which is this one. Something. This one. We're looking at the wrong way. Right? Because it's inverted. And it should say SL9 as well over here. Mystery Science Theater 3000 Mantra. This does not excuse the actions of the police department. I would like to hear an explanation from the Chief of Police himself.
I'm terribly sorry, but could I ask you to testify for us about the split between the prosecutors and the police and this knife?
Sure, sure thing. Not a problem. Not even a little one, really. This knife is special, but I can't say how here, unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. It was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. A detective was killed, and the police department? See, what a mess. The time of the crime? 5:15. A scary coincidence, eh? It's not officially linked to this clear case, so I can't talk much about it. Okay.
There was a murder at a police department. A detective.
That's hush-hush information, Haji. We haven't exactly announced it yet.
Objection!
Wait a second. You said 5:15. That's the exact time that Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office.
Order, order, order.
Anyway, we at the department were all flustered, as you might as well assume. We're in the middle of a top secret investigation. Don't tell anyone, okay?
I think we understand the police department's situation. Well, Mr. Wright?
2 detectives killed at the same time in 2 different places. Chances of that are really slim, scientifically speaking, of course. I'd like to exercise my right to cross-examine the witness.
Very well. However, keep your questions focused on the case at hand.
All right. I'm not sure if we can immediately present the evidence that we have. We'll just press, all right? Press, as usual. Unless there's evidence to prove connection, yeah, maybe I'll press this one. This knife was found on the scene of our crime. I think that makes it connected to the case, don't you? See, there's a lot of things that go on in that department I can't explain. It's, delicate, okay? Sorry, righto. Maybe there's something about that knife that will give us a clue. Let's examine that knife while we can, righto? Evidence links this knife to Detective Goodman. I think perhaps the pieces are falling into place. I should try presenting the piece of evidence that's had me stumped all this time. So, how were the things down at the department? Right, so I feel like I can just immediately present it now. Right? I feel like it. So let's do it.
Objection!
Yeah! No need to press any further. Wait a second. Ah, at last. An honest to goodness objection. This knife. This has to have something to do with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean?
Ah ha ha! An honest to goodness. What do you mean? From Aji, this is great. Look at the tag on this knife. It reads SL92.
And this is important. Why?
Over here, we also have a memo that was on the body of the victim.
What's this? 6 minus 7s 12/2.
Your Honor, it's upside down.
Upside?
The printed name on the memo makes it look like it's the right side up. But turn it around and what do you get?
Oh, mind blown.
Whoever wrote this note was holding the paper upside down.
SL9. That's the same thing that is written on the knife's tag. Order, order. Well, Chief.
Ah, well, I guess the cat's out of the bag. You win, righto. I win? What game is this guy playing? Okay, knife was evidence in the case it was... Press. So, this knife was stolen? Yes, but on the day of the murder. It was evidence, you say. Was it, in fact, a murder weapon?
Nice. Good show, Leatherworthy. It was a murder weapon, as it happens. It was evidence from a case long since solved.
So this knife was stolen on the day of the murder, and it was found in the exhaust pipe of Edward's car. Hard to think there isn't a connection there. Bad day for the team. Ship to do an investigation. Can we know more about this detective? On the same day that the detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department.
That's a fact. Surprising, isn't it, RJ? I'm at a loss for words.
And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect?
Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact.
Just arrested? That was quick.
But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you could help us. Help, righto?
I suppose I could help if you help me by giving me data on your case.
Oh, good one. Escaped sharp. Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing and one thing only.
Where the victim was found, how the victim was killed, when the victim died. How the victim was killed? Well, how was the detective killed?
How was he killed? Now that's the interesting part. It was what within the force call a stabbing with a knife.
A knife? That's exactly the same as Detective Goodman.
That's the spirit. We're cooking now. Oh, cooking.
Meth? I have no idea what I'm saying.
But you know, that's not the only thing that was exactly the same.
What do you mean?
There were more similarities between the two cases than the cause of death.
Seems I'm going to have to press this a bit harder. Oh my goodness. I probably chose the wrong voice to do this guy's voice. Let's see. Time of crime. Say coincidence. It's not officially, so because I can remember. Let's just press 5:15, but that's when Detective Goodman was killed in the prosecutor's office.
Whoa, what? Funny, isn't it? A murder at the prosecutor's place and a murder at our place at the very same time. What are the chances?
Coincidence? This is just my gut feeling, but I'd say there's a 0.001% chance of that happening. Chief Gant, please tell us more about the incident. Can I press this one? Because I represented evidence. How can you say there's no connection?
How? Because I'm the chief of police.
Okay.
I can't just say anything I please, righto? You understand? Try to understand, righto? Well, if you can prove there is a connection, more power to you. Maybe there's something that ties the two murders together.
Whatever it is, I'll better find it and get to the bottom of this. Two detectives were killed at 5:15, one in the prosecutor's office, one at the police department. It can't be a coincidence. I've investigated myself and I found nothing wrong. Yep. Very topical, even though this game is 10 years ago. More than 10 years ago. Still relevant. And that knife. What was it doing there? I'd better check. Yeah. We made the connection with that one. Is there like something else I could make a connection with? Knife was evidence in the case it was stolen from Redline. Maybe I can press this one. So this knife was stolen.
Yes, but on the day of the murder.
It was evidence, you say. Was it in fact a murder weapon?
Nice, nice, nice. Good show.
Little worthy, it was a murder weapon as it happens. It was evidence from a case long since solved. So this knife was stolen on the day of the murder. It was found in the exhaust pipe of Edgewood's car. Hard to think there isn't connection there. Okay, bad day. Something happened at the police department too, huh? You got a good look in your eyes there. Righto, my boy, sharp, hungry. So, something did happen, and why wasn't I informed? Why weren't you informed? Well, why didn't you ask? No matter, I understand. You were busy. What with Lana's case and all? Well, what happened? What happened at the police department that day? Okay, many presses. Did I press this already? I have no idea. I feel like I pressed this, yeah, before. Yeah. Okay, ask many questions, apparently. It doesn't matter. Where the victim was found. So did I ask the wrong question? Probably. So, tell me, where was the victim found? Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found. But I can say the crime took place in the evidence room at the police department. The evidence room? Wait a second, I have heard of that. Evidence room? Didn't he mention that in his testimony just now? This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. There's the connection between the two cases. You seem happy, Mr. Wright. Happy? Happy? We just got handed our ticket to go to town on this case. With the link between the two cases established, we finally have some leverage. Now we can get Gant to testify about the details. Wait. So... how? Do I just press? I'm just gonna press and then I'm not going to fumble. Oh, yeah, I just need to press. Chief. The defense's position is simply this. The connection between these two cases has already been proven. Heh, you don't say. Well, out with it, Righto. What's your connection?
Yes, out with it, Mr. Wright.
The connection is a place mentioned in the testimony we just heard. The knife found in the lot was stolen from the police department's evidence room. Not to mention the victim had on him the case number on the nice evidence tag. And we also know that the detective murdered at the police department was killed in that very same evidence room.
Indeed. There do seem to be too many connections for it to be a coincidence.
All right. You two make a good pair. It took my man 2 days to find out what you deduced right here. Oh my goodness. And I think there's some problem with your man's investigative skills then. Chief, I request that you release your information on the victim at the police department. See, that's the tricky part. He hasn't been announced yet, and all. Can we get information? Unofficially. Okay. Sure, why not? It's unofficial, after all. What? Really? Who would have guessed? So easy. Press, I'll cooperate, but I can't reveal the name of the victim at the department, okay?
Hold it!
Alright, what can you tell us? If you're going to tell us a little, why not tell us everything? Ah, well, case information is sticky stuff. You have to do everything properly. Oh well, I guess I might as well try to get what I can out of him. The victim's ID number, the victim's gender. I don't think the victim's gender is important. Victim's ID number. I think that is important. Okay, how about you tell me the victim's ID number? Sure, why not? It's not like you'll be able to tell who it is from that. Of course not. Yes. You won't tell me their name after all. Oh, Wright is being sneaky. We keep a tight lead on ID numbers, so don't go getting your hopes up. The number is... You remember it by heart? 5842189. It's the same. Bum bum bum.
Well, that's quite long.
That's what she said. I'm sorry. And we have to remember this. It drives me nuts.
8, 2. I can't do it.
You didn't even get the first number right.
Well, Mr. Wright, does this tell you anything?
The ID number of the victim at the police department, 5842189. This tells me something. Actually, it does, Your Honor. It does. I think.
Meaning?
It definitely does. What are you saying? It has to be what I think it is. But what does this mean?
Well, let's hear what the defense has to say. You say the ID number of the detective who was murdered at the police department tells you something. What does it tell you?
This.
Take that!
Witness.
What is it, Mr. Wright? You're grinning like a schoolgirl on prom night.
No, it's just, I got confused. And this is news. Huh? Just come up with both guns blazing, like you always do. The police department, the prosecutor's office. 2 places, 2 detectives murdered at one time. Actually, I happen to have a police ID number here.
Oh-ho! Is it yours?
No, Your Honor, I'm a defense attorney, remember? This is the ID number of our victim, Detective Goodman.
Shame on you, Righto. Personal IDs are top secret.
I'll ignore that. Detective Goodman's ID number is 5842189.
And this means what exactly? I don't remember numbers. My memories are not as good as it was. Wait, that ID number we heard from the chief earlier. That started with 82. I've forgotten. Oh no. Can I still do this job?
You didn't even get the first number right, again. The number the chief of police gave us was 5842189.
Objection!
Wait a second, right. What does this mean? Mean? That's what I want to know. The 2 ID numbers are identical. In other words, the detective killed in the police department's evidence room was Bruce Goodman. What does our witness think about that?
Ho! Ho ho! Sharp as a tack, Righto! Sharp as a tack! But wait, Detective Goodman is our victim. He was killed at 5:15 in the underground parking lot.
Yet, Detective Bruce Goodman was also killed at the police department, in the evidence room at the exact same time. That's impossible. So what we are saying is, the same person was killed at the same time? Not exactly, but I think I get the picture now. I get the full, not the full, about maybe 90% of the picture. And a completely different location.
Order! Order! Order!
Chief! Oh no. Oops, I was too slow. No. What I want to know is, why didn't I hear about this? That's top secret, fine. But I'm the prosecutor in charge of the case. Now, just wait a second, Worthy. No need to get all flustered. Your Honor, the police department has made a grave error in this case. Wait. I said wait. Or didn't you hear me? The oversight, the grave error, Mr. Edgeworth. They're yours. What? How? How dare? We informed you yesterday. I believe it was our officer Mickens who brought you the news. Officer Mickens? Mr. Wright, where have you heard that name before? Wait, aha! It was this dude. How do I do his voice? I totally forgot. Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at a request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. You don't mean him? According to Mickens, you didn't accept the report. Hard to believe. Your officer, he told me. He said that report had nothing to do with Lana Sky incident. Detective Bruce Goodman murdered in the police department evidence room. Mr. Edgeworth, the victim's name is written right on the top of this report. Gah, I suck. Why didn't your officer tell me? Honestly, I'm not sure if that officer was capable of making the connection. He did seem challenged. In any case, this is a serious error, a gross negligence of your duty on your part, Worthy. Objection! But sir, you could have submitted that report this morning to the court as evidence. Then I...
You done screwed up, Edge boy.
No such luck this time, Worthy. Or should I say, unworthy. What? Now what was the second rule of evidence law? Well, Mr. Wright? Huh? Oh, well, it's, Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Now, how is this rule relevant? Normally, you must submit a list of evidence to be used in court before the trial. This report wasn't on that list. Is that really a rule? Because it's not really followed. We're just pulling evidence all over the places, you know?
So, what does this mean?
Ruthless.
I couldn't submit this evidence until a connection was proven in court. The connection was just proven by Wright over here. Good job, Wright, my boy.
Huh? I was just doing my job. Awkward. No.
No!
It seems we have come to the end of this trial.
I know, you're going through a tough time, Worthy, of all those rumors. You were even in defender's chair just this past December. I apologize for this terrible lack of due diligence on my part.
But Mr. Edgeworth,
Please, just give me one day. I'll get to the bottom of what happened if it's the last thing I do.
you better get results this time.
Really? You have my profound apologies, sir. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, we are going to be doing more investigations.
I don't think there's ever been an error this serious in the history of this court. I will grant one further day as the prosecution has requested. Will that be sufficient, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Whatever your punishment for this is, for your sake, I hope it's not decisive. Very well. Court is adjourned.
Alright, we get to do more investigations. And we're going to be continuing until we finish the case. I think so. I'm not even sure how much we have left. Alright. I hope it doesn't go to day 3. Because day 3 then I have to do another session of this. Oh boy. February 23rd, 2:15 p.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices. Mr. Wright? So, what's going on with the case anyway? I'm a little confused. Huh? Well, let's see. What is going on? The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot and the police department's evidence room. What's this and the evidence room part? The prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car. Well, that's what we're going to find out. Or try to, at least. Alright, let's do it. Glad she's in the good spirits, but I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this. Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright. Oh no, another person who can read my mind. Huh? Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that these thick green glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go. Science awaits us. Go where? Oh, we just immediately teleported to this place. February 23rd. Prosecutor's office, underground parking lot. You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares? Yeah, it was only our victim who was killed in their evidence room. No biggie. Besides, my sister would never do such a thing. I know it. That oil drum, was it empty? Oh no, Andrew Sky. The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. Oh yeah, all of you miss my Angel Star voice acting. My sister, erasing evidence at the crime scene? Never. Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister. That's not it at all. It's just, we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her. Big words for a high school student. Well, whether there was blood on the floor or not, the water in that oil drum washed it all away. Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright. Huh? What's that green for? This situation calls for one thing, and that is lumino testing fluid. Ah, the famous lumino testing fluid. Actually, I want to find out whether this is legit or not. Is this such a chemical called luminol? Let me look it up. Oh, apparently it is. Okay, it's a legitimate thing, which is a glow-in-the-dark reaction. Luminol is an organic compound which, when oxidized, emits light, a phenomenon known as chemiluminescence. This is similar to the reactions that fireflies use to emit light and to those used in glow sticks and some roadside emergency lights. Okay. The blue glow, when mixed with an appropriate oxidizing agent, luminol is a white to pale yellow crystalline solid that is soluble in most polar organic solvents, insoluble in water. Luminol is susceptible to false positive reactions with certain household and industrial substances. Okay. A glow. All right. Well, the more you know. Luminol? Blood is sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there. But wouldn't the police have already done those tests? Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try. But me? Why do I have to do it? I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet. We're testing bloodstains with this stuff, not drinking it. Here, look, I'll lend you these glasses. Huh? You had an extra pair of those things? Ooh, everything's red. To test for a blood reaction, just spray the luminol on it. Like this? Like this, see? Press, sprays. Just spray it on. Okay, let's find out some bloodstains. Alright, I know where to... Okay, it really sounds like someone is just using their mouth to do that voice sound effect. We're playing the virtual boy. I can see her eyes shining behind those glasses. So, is this a bloodstain? It's so... Emma, you're shaking. It's just, this is my first time seeing real blood. Maudo's blood on the knife and such. Scientific investigation in action. Okay. Well, we definitely know that this is a bloodstain. How do you know? Because apparently luminol reacts to all kinds of stuff. But doesn't something strike you as odd? Scientifically speaking, of course. What's odd about this, scientifically? The amount of blood. The perpetrator and Detective Goodman fought here, right? Don't you think there'd be a little more blood? I definitely think so. I mean, look at all the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe. It is pretty strange. If they fought here, they'd have to have been more blood than this. Hey, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna mark up the floor plans when we find a bloodstain, okay? See? I'm pretty handy to have around, right? Yeah, and this stuff's pretty handy too. I save up my allowance to buy that. You can buy this sort of chemical anywhere? Or at least, like, you don't have to, like, a approval license or something. Can't be sure that police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case. And let's drag hidden evidence out into the light of day. Yeah. Feels like we're really investigating a crime now, doesn't it? Guess I should give this a spray on anything suspicious. Oh, who's this? Angel Star! We're going to do her voice again. I wonder how that fluid of yours would react to a nice deli box. Mister, you only trust your own eyes, hmm? Not bad. You too? This day-old deli box is on the house. Sorry, it's just that kind of lead. It doesn't really get my mouth watering. Alright, let's talk to you. You certainly put me in a tight spot today. My apologies, Miss R, but... No, it's okay. It was my fault. Oh, we know. I witnessed everything from that security room right there. But I was afraid that wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry. Sorry? You lied on the witness stand. That's unforgivable. Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the events from was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw Chief Prosecutor Sky stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. I swear, it on my honor as a detective, she stabbed Goodman. Though this photograph has something important to tell us, but what? So, you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Star? Yes, it was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal, when they faced me, they coughed it up. Cough it up? They confessed. They babbled like babies. You know, I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too. I wouldn't doubt it. Every day, I drank the dirt out of the mouths of suspect after suspect. And before long, they called me the cough-up queen. It doesn't really sound cool though. Oh, and here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches. And you were let go, fired. I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if these prim and proper prosecutors hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. It's all because of that case, the SL9 incident. SL9? Wait, she doesn't mean... Can I present you this? What do you think about this? The SL9 incident is written on that knife. And on that note, Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know. Really? That knife was evidence from that case. The murder weapon was due for transfer the very day that Goodman was killed. As I suspected, SL9 isn't over. Not yet. Do you think you could tell us more about SL9 incident? You can't? Can you? No? Alright. I guess this is the same thing. Right, probably need more different kinds of evidence. Well then, I'll hold on to you. Let's move. I think I should move. Let's go talk to what you call? Miles Edgeworth, sorry. February 23rd, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. Well, this place is as classy today as it was yesterday. And I'm sure it'll be, and I'm sure it will still be just as classy tomorrow, Emma. Incidentally, Edgeworth's not here. I'm sure he's off doing important investigations. I hope that's what he's doing. I guess we'll have to come back. Yeah, that means there's nothing to do here. Alright, sorry. I will go to maybe detention center, see if there's anything. February 23rd, detention center, visitors room. Looks like Miss Sky is in questioning. I hope detectives aren't yelling at her. How did you kill him in 2 places at the same time? Can you imagine? How's she supposed to answer that? Wait a second. Didn't Miss Gant say they arrested a suspect in police department murder? Let's come back later. Alright. What about police department? February 23rd, police station criminals affairs department. Wow, everyone looks deadly serious here. Well, there was a vicious murder of a detective down at the police department. Yes, but the same detective was also killed at the same time in the prosecutor's lot. Makes my head hurt. Well, first things first, let's go check out the police department crime scene. Yes, you sound dead set on investigating, but don't mess up, or we could wind up dead. I doubt anyone wants more mysteries or dead bodies around here right now. It doesn't look like anyone's going to help us much either. Right. Oh no. I guess I can't do anything here. February 23rd, Police Department entrance. It's even busier here today than it was yesterday. Detectives are running around so fast they're blurring. I suppose it makes sense. A detective did get killed here after all. So, the evidence room, the scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got at the front desk. Here it is. She's like a kid at an amusement park. Oh, a real crime scene. Let's go take a look. Are you sure we can take a look? But first, can we examine this again? Somehow. The blue badger is still writhing around. The blue badger is still writhing around today. Yeah, as creepy as usual. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's dancing. Speaking of dancing, the whole police department has been dancing around like crazy since yesterday. Can I take out his batteries? I just can't help but feel he's going to do something naughty. Okay. I'm sorry. What do you mean by that? Anyways, can I go to... Oh, go to the guard station now. Okay, this looks like somebody's home. A saloon. February 23rd, evidence room entrance, guard station. Oh, this is the evidence room's entrance. Officer, what's with the decor in this place? It's very eccentric. According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room. So beyond that door is the evidence room. The scene of the crime. It sure seems that way. Oh. What's wrong? It's those cacti. They're so prickly, so imposing. It's hard to think straight. If you can't handle the cacti, stay out of the desert. What I want to know is, if this is a guard station, where's the guard? I have a feeling I know who he is already. Oh, so we're not supposed to be here? Damn it. How about I open the door? The evidence room is beyond that door. Let's just walk in. It won't open. You thought it'd open? I think we'd need someone's permission to go in there first. Alright then, I guess nothing. I don't see anything particularly standing out other than, the decor. There's literally a Texas sign over here. Alright, I'm guessing I have to continue talking to Angel Star, because I've gone to every other place. Is there anything else I can look at? That's where we found that note. February 21st, SL9, the SL9 incident. A case that was due for transfer a day for the murder. And the detective in charge of the case was the victim. Now what kind of case this SL9 incident thing was? It's kind of hard to guess that just knowing the case number. Right. Oops. This row. Oh no, yeah, the same thing. Oh. Nope, sorry. So I'm guessing there's nothing here anymore. Unless... let's see. Car? That's... alright, yeah, same thing. Meaning to say I probably have to... I already have things to talk to.
High posture check.
Ooh. I will do that. Hello Extreme, welcome. Posture check. Well, hope you are doing well. Oh, really? What? Okay. Arms are moving. Hello. Alright, let's get back onto this. Finally doing the final case for the first game? Yes, finally doing it. Most likely going to be finishing it by today. Maybe. Is this going to be relevant to you? I had one of those up until 2 years ago. Back when you were the car-fob queen, right? We found his ID card here in this parking lot. Well, there's no mistaking that. It's definitely Goodman's. But... it's the same ID as the man who was killed at the police department. That's impossible. I wish I could be so sure. Anything else I could show to you? Parking lot with red was car. What's this though? Should I present you this? Present you this? No. Nope. Can't do anything with this one. This picture? If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room. But even I get flustered sometimes. So you went straight to the scene of the crime. I rushed towards the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder. That's when I took this photo, yes. In other words, 5 minutes after the crime. Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The hole in my testimony, as it were. The 5 minutes weren't the problem, Mister. You lying was the problem. Listen, little girl. I've had my testimony disregarded before. And I wasn't going to have it disregarded again. Just like that time. That time? Man, are you going to tell me what happened or not? Okay, now you're going to tell me. That incident really opened my eyes to the truth. We're nothing to them. Disposable. Disposable? To who? 2 years ago, it was the biggest case I've ever handled. The police and prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence. So they didn't solve it. On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed. Executed? Yes. The criminal got what was coming to him. It doesn't get any cleaner than that. The only problem was they never did find decisive evidence, not a shred. What? But the criminal was executed, right? On the basis of evidence of a sort. Made up evidence. What? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved with the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen, others found themselves out of a job. And you were one of those. Myself and one other person you know well. Wait, could it be? Exactly. Detective Jake Marshall. It's a different Jake, okay? Oops, I mean Police Department Security Detail Officer Jake Marshall. As professional detectives, we investigated the case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined, and then it was over and he was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I. You haven't forgotten SL9. There was another side to that case, a hidden side. It's what we're after now. And no one up in their fancy offices can stop us. Wait, those lunches you sell? There is only one reason I come to sell lunches in this accursed office. I come here to meet old friends, boyfriends that can help me investigate. Miss Star's old boyfriends. How many does she have anyway? Just when all the detectives on SL9 have disappeared, we find new evidence. There has to be a connection. So, rookie? What? It seems like you're serious about investigating this case. Yes. Ooh, nice. And you should take this. Salisbury steak lunch? I want one though. I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with this treat. Oh, excellent for putting Officer Marshall in a good mood. Yes, bribery. Miss Starr? Officer Marshall, is he your, are you his... Are you going out? Why do you want to know? I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago, when he was helping my sister to do cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister. It made me jealous. And he was nice to me too back then. This would be when Officer Marshall was a detective. But now he's so cold. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that. I see. Thank you. Officer Jake Marshall. Let's go find the officer. Oh, we get more different dialogues now. February 23rd, Police Department entrance. This place is charged with frantic energy, as always. Please! Huh? Wasn't that? Oh.
Please. One steak lunch, please. Oh, it's you.
Detective Gumshoe.
Now's no time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. All I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland.
Oh, you mean one of those? One of these? Actually, it's not for sale. I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking.
Now's no time for despair. We caught our criminal. Now we just need evidence.
The criminal? You mean...
You heard about the stabbing in the police department evidence, right, pal?
On the same day that detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department. And a perpetrator. Do you have a suspect?
Well, there was a suspect. Just arrived. In fact, just arrested him, in fact. It's the biggest scandal to hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy.
But Detective Gumshoe, who was it?
Listen, pal. All I know is I need me a steak lunch pronto. Standing around here talking isn't going to fill my belly.
Right, bye. But wait, don't leave.
If you want to know more, head down the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over. I figure he's down there having a good cry. Later.
Alright. He ran off to the evidence room. Well, this investigation is off to a running start. Let's go to the guard station. Oh, we're not supposed to be here yet. Alright then. We'll go to criminal affairs. No. Alright, detention center then. February 23rd, detention center, visitors room. Still, I do feel better about things, a little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Yeah, I guess they did. Best to not go too far down that road right now. Things will just get confusing. Oh, that noise. What was that? Sir, that was what I'm saying. Me, a perpetrator. I was the perpetrator again, sir. That's what I say. Hi. Greetings, sir. Wait, I know who you are. Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got a report, sir. Officer Mickens, so you're a guard here at the detention center? No, sir, I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman, like a little lost lamb, sir. Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report? No, sir. How should I say this? Wait, he isn't, is he? You. Officer Mickens, you didn't, did you? Perpetrator Officer Mickens reporting, sir! What? What? Now, this is an unexpected turn of events. Right, he is definitely not the killer. Somebody is framing him, obviously. Oof. Sir, I'm a patrolman with general affairs, sir. Sir! Ow, I can hear you fine, Officer Mickens. I had some business that day, sir, and so I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard station in front of the room was empty, sir. So normally there's a guard at the evidence room. That's right, sir. Because the evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Now, the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall. Marshall? Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. A suspicious person. Yow, ow, ow, ow. What the heck is this guy doing? So what happened then? After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red, I blacked out. And when I came to, I was here, in the detention center. How long were you out? Days? May I ask, what happened to your hand? Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir. The bandage on his hand. Just like Miss Sky. Yet another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office. first things first. Tell us how you hurt yourself, hurt your hand. But before that, let me ask about the victim. I didn't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Sir, please don't look at me with those sad puppy dog eyes, sir. If you have to be labeled me as perpetrator or victim, sir, then label me victim. I would, but you happen to be in detention and alive well at that. Oh, yes, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that. Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman? Well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger, or a total stranger, then I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side. So you didn't know him? Sir, I work in a tiny department, devoid of light or other creatures' comfort. I don't know any detectives. So, if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him? Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir. None. Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir. At least someone around here is more confused than I am. About your hand, did that happen during the course of the crime scene? Well, you see, sir, Don't you think you should just confess? But sir, but there was nothing I could do. Nothing you could do? Sir, to tell the truth, sir, when it happened, when the detective pointed out that knife at me, I just hollered, sir. And the next thing I knew, I was unconscious. The next thing you knew, you were... Huh? And when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir. All alone. Alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared. Oh, what? And when I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hand, sir. Oh, the shock. Oh, the horror. Sorrow, sir. Can you imagine how I felt? The victim's body disappeared. That's some story. Alright. Okay. I don't think we have anything more to talk unless we have something to present to you. I have no idea. What would I be presenting this dude with? Evidence? Alright, no, not the evidence. Oh, wait. Yeah, no. There's nothing about the evidence. Parking lot, I don't think he would know anything about it.
Stretch.
Oh, Sam! Take that! Don't take that, me! Oh, Stretch. Hello. Hello, Sam. How are you doing? I'm just figuring out what to do now with the final case. Because I seem to be still able to talk to this person. Let me check. Maybe I just need to go back to the police department. Oops. Boo. Guard station now? No, not guard station yet. Doing good. How goes the Ace Attorney? We're on our second journey. I guess you can say that. Second part of the final case. Final true case. Most likely going to finish the entire thing in one session. Hopefully. If I know how to finish it. No, doesn't know anything about this. Oh, what about this? Blue Badger. Okay. I'm just gonna present everything. See if there's anything sticks. Nothing is sticking. I don't think this is really relevant. Or the parking lot is relevant. Crime photo is not really relevant. Victim shoe. Nah, I don't think any of this is relevant because I... Okay, he's scared of knives. So this is something. I don't think he wants the steak. I don't think this is nothing. Or should we look for Mr. Edgeworth? Because it keeps telling us to go look for Mr. Edgeworth. We'll try to go to that place then. Let's move. Nope. Alright, not wasting everyone's time, I'm just gonna look it up. It's like last week I played this, I also missed one thing, one tiny thing. I wasted like 20 minutes just looking around everywhere, questioning everything, examining everything, ending up that, oh, I just missed this one tiny spot. I just happened to miss examining. Why is this case again? I have no idea. Let me just use a familiar name to go to the correct page. So I really, if you think this is not a good way to play the game, I would say no. I would disagree with you because this game is convoluted. It requires, it's not really well crafted in the sense that telling you where you should be, what you should be doing at every certain point of time. And sometimes when you found out the answer is just by mistake, just by coincidence. All right. All right. Move. Okay, talk to the Mickens. Oh bloody hell! The only evidence I didn't present to Mickens is that evidence. All right then. Bloody hell. Well, back to the detention center. Create a lot of things in some of this is very counterintuitive. Yeah, like how would I know? I need to present this to Mickens. No idea. Do you think you could take a look at this? Hey! That's it, sir! That's it! That's it! That's what? My head was a blank until this very moment. But sir, now I remember. I remember, sir. You mean you remember what happened? Correct. That card. That card was the cause of it all. This ID card? Exactly, sir. That's exactly it. Nothing could be more exact, sir. Nothing. I better pry into this one little dipper. Okay. Why? How? How is it relevant? Can you tell me what it is you do remember? Well, sir, you might say I'm a lost little pet patrolman. A lost little lamb, if you will. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. And that's why you thought he looked suspicious. Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to show me his ID card. Well, that sounds pretty much by the lookbook so far. That's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you. So you asked Detective Goodman to show you his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. What? What? Sir, I assure you I was as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and leaped at him. Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him. Do unto others before they do unto you. My own father's words, sir. What happened then? Well, my eyes, sir. Everything went right. When I woke up, I was here. Right. So Officer Mickens, why was it that they arrested you? What do you mean, Emma? Let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Mickens didn't know Detective Goodman. And the victim whom he met at the scene of the crime didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim. And if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died. That's it, sir. That's what I wanted to say. I did say something along those lines. Huh? But you still ended up here. They told me that it had to be him, sir, on that day at that time. Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said. But you don't remember the events clearly. No, but the videotape is quite clear. Huh? Videotape? From the security camera. The crime, my crime. The crime I saw to step out. It's there. It's me. It's on tape. And you waited until now to tell us this? I'm sorry. Really sorry, sir. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it. No, thanks. I have my own. Well, guess we better go check out the crime scene. Alright then, let's go. Oh, we have to go through here, and we have to see if there's someone over here again. February 23rd, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Hey, Mr. Wright. Look who's standing at the Chief of Detectives' desk. It's Police Chief Gant.
And you're sure this is all, You know what it means if there's anything missing? Sir, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. We checked all of his drawers, under his seat cushion, behind his computer monitor, inside his personal coffee machine. I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away, deal? Yes, sir. We'll scour the place again, sir.
Chief of Detectives looks a little flustered.
Righto, my boy. How you been? Swim much?
Oh, Chief Gant. Reporting for duty, sir. Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright? I don't want to talk to him, but okay, let's talk to him. Is Edgeworth going to be okay?
Oh, Worthy. Oh, you know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him.
Sounds like an inquisition.
Yep, well, they have no end of trouble with the boy since last year.
You mean the incident on Gourd Lake?
It doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sit in the defendant's seat, does it? And you got someone else found guilty in that case, right? Righto?
Von Karma.
A legend he was, undefeated in his 40-year career.
But in court you fix it so he was caught for forging evidence.
Well, wait,
I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence.
In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of turmoil, you might say.
Why, they do just about anything to restore their reputation.
Now, depending on what that inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy.
What?
It's downright odd, I tell you. The detective getting killed on their turf too, I mean.
They're being the prosecutors, I assume. Scientifically speaking, it's impossible.
Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying.
Goodwin was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says. What evidence is this? Now, Righto, I can't give all our secrets just like that. And this is particular, well, it's a little sensitive and I can't talk about it. I wasn't expecting much anyway. You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff, secrets, can't stand them. But you know, it's full-time job just keeping the chief of detectives trapped shut. Ah, he was the one you were picking on earlier. Huh? You saw that? Whoops. I wonder what it was that he wanted the chief of detectives to do. Let's see if we can kind of discreetly ask him. Okay. Ask the chief of detectives. Oh, sorry, you had to see that. What exactly did the chief of police want you to do? Well, see over there? That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. They took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can. So nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still here? Of course not. Well, except for this. What? You kept something? Sure, why not? It's not important. He didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete. Lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something? The date on it is February 21st. Better make a the date of it on it is February 21st. Better make a note of that, just in case. Can only be submitted to the chief of police. Interesting. I should really get back to investigating the police department crime scene. Alright, so that's it, and that's a clue to telling me that we are done here. But let me check. Can I check this out? Lost item report. Date lost 21st February. Bruce Goodman. 5. Crossed out the 9. Interesting. But Bruce's ID number, it doesn't start. It starts with 5, but it doesn't start with 8 and 9. Interesting. Well, moving on. Also, I just saw this in the walkthrough. It's supposed to be something here. Yipes! This sure are prickly. It must be the real deal. I would think just one big one would be sufficient. This cacti, a lot of my sister actually. How so? Encased in a cold, rigid shell, with spines pointing in every direction. Just like her. I'm not so sure I see the resemblance. It's more an attitude thing than a physical similarity. Alright, that's it. Guess that's it. Can I go through the door? Why is there a lasso down here? Oh, let me just click on the door. Right, nothing is happening on the door. It looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here. There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. I could use this computer to check on who went in and out there. Alright. Nothing. What about the clothes over here? There's a security guard uniform hanging here. It looks more like a costume than a uniform, honestly. A leather jacket, leather pants, a leather... What's that called again? A punchy? A paunchy? A pinchy? Ah, I know, a poochie. Wait, maybe that wasn't it. It's a poncho. I think I'll keep that information to myself for the time being. Why though? Why are you being mean? Alright. What about the lasso? Look, on the floor, a lasso. Looks like it's set up to trap something. A trap? Here? Wait, I know. Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here, but lasso missed. You sure have an active imagination. Okay. We're not supposed to be here. This swinging door makes the place look like some kind of a saloon. But look, it's nailed shut. You can't get in that way. course not. If you went in through here, the cactus would fall over. Ouch. I'd say it'd be more of a yeah myself. Right. Not supposed to be here yet. Damn. Oh bloody hell! I need to. I don't want to talk to Gant, but they want me to talk to Gant again. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Well, I never thought the day would come here and Ryder asked me for help. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room. Are you looking at me like that? Stop looking at me like that. Say something. Now, Righto. Actually, I'm sorry. I don't need to investigate after all. Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Huh? Heck, if anyone asks me, sir, can I borrow $50? I give them $50. No problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out. It just goes to show, you never know until you ask. And for you here, you can borrow this. Huh? Hey, this is the detective's ID card, isn't it? It's a special card for guests, so don't lose it. Yes, sir. It's an honor. You just run along now, and do your best. Later, folks. Okay, then. And he's gone. It looks pretty cool on my lapel, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID. You seem happy. Yes, sir. Because, sir, we get to go into the evidence room now, sir. I think this place is a bad influence on a girl. Well, it's not something I can investigate with. Alright then, never mind. It's the game's way of telling me it's not really important. Oh wait, whoops. Let me just open the door. The evidence room is beyond that door. May we have the ID card from Chief Gant? Let's just walk in. It won't open. Aha! The card reader is turned off, see? Why is that security guard thinking? Howdy, partner. Well, well. What's made my Bambina's sky so grey? Oh, Officer Marshall! Why does it have to be him? What's that? Why does it have to be him, look for? As you may have surmised, this here's my saloon. We're here to investigate the crime scene. Yee-haw! That card you got there on your chest, that's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts. Yeah? Well, what you standing there for? Get along, little doggies. The crime scene's awaiting. Looks like the card reader's on again. While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions. Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you hombres. You're busy then? Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres. Alright then. Not my problem. I will not talk to you then. February 23rd, Evidence Room, Sector 3. It's quiet. Investigation must be over here. So this is the evidence room. It really is kind of like a graveyard. Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue. Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. Oh, Gumshoe. Eek! Whoa! Gumshoe got slapped. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. So is it true I heard? Righto. Right, please, do I look like a selfish man? Heck, if anyone asks me, sir, can I borrow $50? I give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room your heart's desire. Knock yourself out. Right. Yeah, it's true.
So, Chief of Police Cat, you loan anyone $50? Even me?
So that's what you were talking about.
Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today.
Just for today. Boss for a day.
But guess what? We got permission from Chief, so now you're boss for a day.
Gee, thanks.
First of all, you all want to have this.
Scene of the stabbing of a detective at the PD. Alright. Let me look at it, see if there's any problem with it. Oops. Alright, yeah, but let me check. I pressed the wrong button. Oh, this is just a floor plan. Okay.
Let's talk. Let's talk, Gumshoe.
So, Detective Gumshoe, your boss for the day?
That's right, it's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here at the police department.
But if you're boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings?
They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial.
In other words, he got kicked out of the investigation. Again.
I'm adamant though. I'm going to take control and put this case to rest. With my own evidence locker, pal.
You have a locker in here too, Detective Gumshoe?
Of course. I'm a detective after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open, pal.
Only you can open?
I always believe in Mr. Ashworth, no matter what happens.
So, Mr. Ashworth is with the inquiry committee, right?
They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today.
I see.
I guess this is what you can call fate. Mr. Ashworth just can't get away from that case.
That case?
Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Ashworth.
Maybe we can get him to tell us more about the case. Man, we have a lot of people to talk to.
This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it.
Using their ID card.
Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. Why, I'm on my third card since entering the force already.
It sounds like a lot.
Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand.
Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint?
Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coated with a fingerprint. So the only locker we can open is our own.
Funny, they look like normal lockers.
These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see?
The handles?
On the other side of the handles is a sensor. And if the wrong person touches it,
zap! You get a shock.
If that's what happened, my hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks.
Only assigned detective screens can unlock it. The indicator lamp lights up when it's open. Okay, let me investigate that. What's this poking out of the that locker? There's something sticking out there. Looks like a shirt. I guess it must be evidence for some case. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe put this here.
There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for the evidence here. That said, I bet that evidence locker was opened recently.
How do you know?
If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had been breathing down my neck about some silly evidence?
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot too. I bet he doesn't tuck in his shirt under that trench coat either.
If you're going to top behind someone's back, don't do it right in front of them, pal.
It's like a punching bag. Everyone is just punching him. Oh, what is this? Oh, what's this? Blood? It's a little worn. There's definitely a handprint here. Looks like someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright, what if there are blood stains left in the room? We should use her testing fluid to check it out. How do we do that? I guess we present it to the dude. What's this? Someone left a glove here, but only one. Detective Gumshoe, maybe?
There you go, pal. Making me out of some kind of absent-minded detective. Evidence from which case, you know.
You mean SL9? It does have a tag on it. Extremely thin rubber glove. Looks like one's open, and a red indicator light above the door is lit.
That lock is coated with Detective Goodman's fingerprint.
Detective Goodman's locker. Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that?
Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we close it.
It's empty. They must have taken the contents elsewhere. Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces.
Detective Gumshoe, perhaps. There you go, pal. Making me out of some kind of hooligan. That's apparently from the D case.
The case?
The SL9 incident, pal. The sticker on one of the pieces there.
Another piece of SL9 evidence. Take a closer look. I wonder what shape these pieces were in before whatever it was broken. Want to try to put it back together?
Huh, good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Why, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up.
That's why I always carry around a tube of glue. Well, this piece looks like a bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place. Oh, we have to do this sort of puzzle as well. This. Oh, I have to rotate it. Don't think. Is this it? Nope. I don't think this is the shape. Doesn't look like. Can I oops. Sorry, let me try that again. I didn't mean to cancel. Unless you're telling me that I need to look for something else. I wish I could like turn this around or somehow, but no. It's very difficult to look. But yeah, it doesn't seem like we have the piece right now. Because none of the shapes make sense to me. Either is this one. Doesn't look like it. Yep. Totally not. Unless there are more pieces of this. Oh! Nope. Okay, good. Now that I know it's possible. Or it looks like that, but it's not. So it must be a different piece. Yes. This one? Yes. This one? Nope. Nope. Yes. Yeah, nope. Yes. I think it's this one. Nope. Nope. Yes. Nope. Nope. Okay, that somehow fits. Okay, I'm done with everything except for missing one piece. One giant part of the piece. Huh? Well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing. Yeah, I got that far too in 2 minutes myself. Problem is finishing it. Were some pieces stolen? I bet they were missing to begin with. Still, it doesn't look like the most stable kind of jaw. I kind of understand how it got broken. Piece is missing. Let's investigate here. What's the stuff doing here? What is the saw and the paint doing here? Since the dawn of time, true art has always been Walker's impression. True art? I noticed that there's a blue and yellow paint there. Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the Blue Badger. Well, you might say this is my studio. Yeah, in the evidence room. I don't think you're supposed to be doing that. Right. Let's present the Luminar spray to our pal here. Oh no. Nope. Oh, I have to check this way, is it? Nope. You can't open lockers if your fingerprint doesn't match. If you can't open it, I'll give you 50 cents. Note, the police department lacks faith in its lock system. After all, Detective Goodman was stabbed here after opening his locker. At the same time, he was found dead over at the prosecutor's office. Okay. How do I tell you I want to spray stuff? Oh man, I need to look up. Do 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 do. Oh, I need to talk to Marshall first, actually. That smell reminds me of Texas. So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas? No, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this from my baby? Oh yeah, Mr. Also, Jake Marshall is not from Texas, but wants to be a cowboy. Whoa, what's this? What's wrong? A filet steak lunch. I see. I see. I don't see. I wonder what it means. Steak lunch given to Officer Marshall. Alright, Bambina. You win. Ask anything back. Finally, it seems like he's willing to talk. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right? We got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Mickens at the detention center told us. Oh, that poor little doggy. Poor guy. I keep getting his name wrong, calling him Meekly. He told us something. You say that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this, since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago. Well, it might not look it, I lost my 5 for the job, you know. So, you're doing around 5:15 when the murder took place? Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway, the back of my steed, Zippy. Note, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy. There's no need for people here anyhow. Now remember this case? Because of this dude here? These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on this place. You mean the security camera system? I don't take to machines much. Kind of like that stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak, you know. Miss Starr told us something, to say that you were a detective until 2 years ago. It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler, a scene of the crime. It's all gone now, like a drinking hole in a prairie fire. You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you? That was my case. It's all sold on the record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. Can't let it go. That's all there is to it. What kind of case was it anyway? We've heard of the name so many times, but no one tells us what actually happened. There are some things you're better off not knowing, Bambino. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago. Honestly, this was a nice little wrap-up for the first game. Let me say anything? No, not really. Not really. Define what you are missing though. Because I've been doing the same thing, voicing over the characters. You missed the climax of the trial? The first part of the trial? Yeah, I guess. That's right. The evidence transfers. Edgeworth was talking about transfers too. I know what maybe 2 of the machines here do. Only 2 of them? It must be a dozen. Like I said, Bambino, me and my machines, well, I like them both as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my sticks. The easiest ones to understand are these here security cameras. Those are the ones that Officer Mickens mentioned. If nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours. And Officer Mickens and Detective Goodman, are they the one of those tapes? I reckon they might be. You're the security guard and you reckon? One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card. Thus, the card reader by the door. The card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through. "7777. Oh. 4:20 p.m. Is that like a joke or something? So this is the ID card record. Hey, I've seen that somewhere before. Sorry, Bambino. I can't show you more than that. Huh? I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet. Mr. Wright, I saw a number on that record just now. I've seen that number before. Maybe there's some way I can prove that record is tied to the stabbing. Sorry, but could you explain what this whole transfer thing is about? We keep only evidence from solved cases in this room. They are kept here under the presiding detective's supervision for 2 years. So we can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake, see? So, what happens to the evidence after 2 years? It goes to sleep forever in an underground vault at the county sheriff's department. That's what we call transferal. We do it every February. I see now. transfer is like a funeral for all cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever. Dead. Never to be reopened again. Never to be reinvestigated. And that happened to SL9 2 days ago. Right. Should I present you the badge? The ID card as well? See this? This is the victim's ID card. Ah, the one that was on the ground parking lot. Number on this is 5842189. Officer Marshall, show us that ID card record again. That's 2 numbers though. 4989596. Look, the 4th number. It's a perfect match. It was used at 5:14, right before the stabbing. What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world. So, when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. But wait, what did Officer Mickens say? Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. If he had his ID card then, why would he have pointed the knife at Officer Mickens? Alright, compadre. You win. I guess I can give you this ID card record. Right. Let me check the numbers again. So, Officer Mickens went into the, I'm assuming 4989596 is Officer Mickens. Right? They both entered at the same time? That's strange. Or that's... Oh, we wrote Bruce Goodman's name over there. Interesting. So we need to find out who is 4989596. I don't think that's Mickens. Or is that Mickens? I've got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. Yeah, let's go talk to... Oh, good pal, Gumshoe. Could you take a look at this? This is the ID card record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing. Ah, I heard rumors. It was Goodman who came in here at the time of the murder. Whoa! Why is it?
The second number.
It's not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe? Mr. Edgeworth.
Mr. Edgeworth.
What?
The second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth.
What? What? Okay. Why would Edgeworth have come to the evidence room? Let's talk. Oh, we can't talk. So I don't want to miss anything. Evidence room. Supposed to present things to him. So I want to check on this. Nothing. Except for that tag. So, yeah, nothing over here. I'm going to present you Switchblade, I guess?
Detective Goodman's notes and that switchblade knife. I bet Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone.
Because of the SL9 connection,
that was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, you know, 2 years ago. It was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared.
But why would evidence from that case turn up now?
I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there are some loose ends left on that case.
Oh, we have things to talk to now.
Now that was a bloody, violent case.
Violent. So it was a murder.
A serial killing.
A serial killing. Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all.
But the killer made a mistake, and Mr. Atwood built his case around that to nab him.
This was 2 years ago.
That put Mr. Atwood right in that spotlight. Started a rumor mill.
Rumors. About forged evidence.
It was supposed to be all cleaned up with a transfer the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is.
Huh? What do you mean?
Detective Goodman was detective in charge of SL9 incident, see?
So that switchblade knife. The victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself. How do I take out the... Oh, okay. You literally go and do this. And do this. Check with it. Oh no. Okay. That's interesting. Let me see what's the dialogue. Someone used a marker to write their name on this. Emma Sky. Don't tell me you bring this with you everywhere you go. Well, you never know where something might go down. Just what kind of world do you think we live in? Alright, we don't use this like this. Examine, move, talk, present. Choose luminous testing, press spray. Oh, I pressed the wrong one. I pressed bloody hell. Okay then. Huh. How would I know? I wouldn't know. Spray, spray, spray. Spray, spray. Where could... Oh, I can press... Oh, that's very annoying. But it's efficient, I guess. Oh! Why am I getting a reaction here? There's no reason for the murderer to touch this spot if he fled out the door. This just might be something significant.
Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal.
What? This? It's called luminal testing fluid.
Where'd you get your hands on that?
Huh?
I'd like to get some too. I just borrowed $50 from the chief.
Where do you get this? Where do you get this, Emma? I always buy it by mail order. Better jot this down on the floor plans. Alright. That's interesting. So there are more things to spray. Let's go over here. Spray. Oh! Damn, I could have missed that. I really could have missed that. It must be one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like that. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, detective?
Pale blue blood. Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien.
This proves that something really happened in front of this locker. I'll make a note of it on the floor plans.
Hey, if you didn't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked.
Alright. I think that's it. Wait, there's more? Because it seems like if I'm done, our detective here will leave. The other hand, not sure. And I'm looking at the walkthrough right now because we don't want to waste time. Left lock. Wait. I sprayed it, but it didn't. Okay then. Oh my goodness. I sprayed this. I already sprayed this. Okay then. I knew it. This is someone's right hand print. Whoa. What's the matter, detective?
This locker. It's mine.
It's yours.
Please. You have to help me. But they come to take me away. Promise you testify that I would harm a fly. You do that for me, won't you, pals?
This is an important clue. I'll jot it down on the floor plans.
I've got it on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police.
What? But you're a detective.
Hey, pal, look at the time.
Was there something you needed to be going to?
It's just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be letting out soon. I'm going to give them my report for the day. My help, you know.
Report? You mean the note written on the back of the flyer? Hey, that is, I think I'm seeing like hints of characters for the other case because I recognize that one or other games. I recognize that character in that flyer. Anyways, the one that says nothing but no problems.
Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this. I believe in him.
Who needs enemies when we've got friends like Detective Gumshoe?
I'm off, pal. Later.
Immediately, we found his found bloody handprints on his locker. And he just immediately, oh,
God, look at the time. Let's get out of here.
Should probably see what Edgeworth has to say too. Right. I suppose here I could actually also spray stuff. Oops. Supposed to be blood over here. Yep. Interesting. That's blood. Totally blood. Wow, we got a reaction. There's clearly blood around the spines here. This room's pretty unmessy. Someone must have tripped over something and planted their head right in the spines. I think that might be more painful than being murdered. Okay, this is I think that's not really relevant to the case. So yeah, we'll be moving on now. Let's go to where Miles Edgeworth is. A lot of investigations happening apparently. And Star is still here. High Prosecutor's Office. February 23rd, High Prosecutor's Office Room, 1202. Bellboy! Ah, guests. My apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave. So long. Is Edgeworth here? There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand. Right. He has the hotel bring him tea service. Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the District Prosecutor's Office inquiry? I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Ah, yes. He brought me the latest information, it seems. Really? Was it helpful? Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow. The real info is on the other side, Edgeworth. Poor Miss Edgeworth. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him. I think I should present you this. Right. Alright, I better check this now. As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID card usage. Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true. Why, Mr. Edgeworth? Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go. By Chief Gant, no less. The Chief of Police? Oh, that's very sus. That's very, very sus. He wanted evidence for a case that read up half a year ago. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the police prosecutor's office. It was solved. But it was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. Can I ask what kind of case it was? I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. Now I'm curious about this other case. I better make the note of it. AI-16. Let me check. Is there something about this? Nope. Plain old screwdriver. To screw things. Gandalf. Looks nothing like Gandalf though. Stubborn as always. I told you this has nothing to do with the current case. Let's talk. So how did the inquiry committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as communications error during the investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again. Again? I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney. However, something happened. They gave control of the investigation over to the police department. The police department? Yes. Any further investigation for this case will be directed by the Chief of Police Gant. I can do nothing but wait for his results. I see. Why? I ask you, why? All along, I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still, well, I've never seen him this out of sorts. Okay, before I talk to you any further, I would like to go back to Angel Star. Oh, Angel Star is gone. Alright, never mind. Sure, make his hair red and bam. Alright, let's give you some evidence to see. Sure, you jog your brain. I know you. You probably got a hold of some information, right? It all has to do with that case you were on, the SL9 incident, and some dark suspicion you was wrapped up in. You are the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. Must be talking about his father's murder in that elevator. Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time, Damon Gant. That wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago too then. He was a top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth. What I want to know is why was the Deputy Chief of Police on the investigation? In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We are dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict, and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't? Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I would do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something. My sister? What? If you were still studying forensic science. Huh? Yes, of course. Why, just today Mr. Wright and I were using this. Lumino testing fluid, Well then, you might have use for this. Aluminium powder for taking fingerprints. It's been chemically treated for better adhesion. Well, for me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know. I've no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth, I'm really... No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks. How about giving this to Detective Gumshoe as well? He covers fingerprints, blah, 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 blah. Alright then. One last investigation. Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. Let's go back to... I will assume the only place with fingerprints is the evidence room. So yeah. Everyone's gone. February 23rd, evidence room, sector 3. Our investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. Here in this blood on the detective's evidence locker. Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed. Enhance. Right. Let's get started. First, choose a finger. A finger? Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. So let's choose the finger that will have left behind the clearest print. I really can't tell the difference at a glance. Quit procrastinating and choose a finger. This? Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done. Emma's starting to get that sparkle in her eyes. First, we sprinkle the aluminium powder around. Huh? How do you know that? With space. See? Ah, it looks like that did the trick. Aluminium powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. Huh? How do I do that? With the E or with the U. Exciting, I know. Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake. See? Wow, that looks like fun. Might take some getting used to though. Yeah, I remember if we played this on the DS or something, you actually have to blow on the DS. It's fine, it won't go up your nose or anything. You just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright. I guess I'd better give it a try. Alright. Yeah, I will just cover the entire... Is this enough? Is this enough? Is this enough? Is this enough? Probably enough, right? Not enough. Let's put it a bit more. Alright, let's blow. Aha! You did it! You found one! But this looks nothing like a fingerprint. Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't. What does it mean? Oh no. A typo! A typo. I think it means we're out of luck. Out of luck? The person who left his handprint must have worn gloves. Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here. Hey, calm down. It's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints? Other prints? Look at the locked door again closely. It seems like there are fingerprints outside the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear handprint. Fingerprints outside blood. Yes. I will dust, blow, 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 blow. Not done yet? Okay. Are we done yet? You're done it. Yay! A print so clear it's dazzling. Dazzling? Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's measure it up right away. We're not done yet. This is quite a process. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? I guess she's right. Even though my name is Wright. Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth and point out the person you think left these prints. Huh? How am I supposed to know who it was? I could make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are different places, right? It means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So whose fingerprints would we most likely find on this evidence locker? I would say Gumshoe. Comparison complete. Batch found. Greasy hands. Aha! So the prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? He gave me this so what look. I guess that's probably because I was thinking so what. Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there's one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. Right, let's check it out indeed. Oh, wait, I can't do the check it out. Alright. I guess I'll have to use a luminol spray to spray. Yes. No. Or examine it. Yeah, I guess I'll examine it. This is where we got luminol fluid reaction, right? Right. There was a handprint here. Okay. Want to try using this? There go her eyes sparkling again. Check for prints. Okay, let's check for prints. That's the spirit. Oh, but I have to warn you about something. What? The area with the blood was wiped away, right? We only ended up finding it using chemical means. Any prints in that area will have been wiped away too. Oh, right. So that means no prints. Would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones left by bloody handprints. Okay. Wait. So how do I do that? Over here? This is where we got the ruler. Okay, blah blah blah. Okay, we'll try to see if there's something then. I'm guessing... Oh. Oh. It's not covered everywhere. What's this? A smudge. I give it my best shot. The kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? But it doesn't look like we'll get a clear result from this print. Okay, let's try different finger then. I'm guessing somewhere over here. Oh, it's the same thing. What about here? Here? Oh, I got something. Whose fingerprints are this? Blow, 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 blow. Blow the fingerprint to existence. Okay, who could it be? It doesn't look like it. Oh, Jake Marshall. Match. Hey, these fingerprints, whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. Huh? Officer Jake Marshall? Marshall's fingerprints added to the court record. It's got to be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime. Emma, this is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminal reaction. The blood and fingerprints are in the same place. Oh. So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a white blood stain. But why would Officer Marshall? Looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. To be continued. Let's do this. We finished the investigation. Now for the final trial part of it. Alright, let's do this. February 24th, 9:40 AM, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Right, let me take a drink. So what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim... Wait, Lana is talking. The victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And the different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So how'd it go? It's as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I stuck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they would seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Guy. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Bloodstained fingerprint, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Guy? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. February 24th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 9.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is.
I'm afraid you have to clarify. What does mean?
It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time.
So that's not possible. Physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared.
Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is one mess-up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. I'm doing so. I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. That's supposed to be an admirable trait.
Very well. Let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your witness of the day to the stand.
For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department.
The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer?
Oh boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir. I am Officer Mike Mickens, sir. My occupation is, I will be a murderer, sir.
So you're telling us you're a professional killer?
Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You gotta believe me, sir.
Actually, what we'd like to hear from you is...
Sir, I'm what you would call part of the younger generation, sir. A person whose actions thoughts can't possibly comprehend.
Please, Miss Edgeworth, sir, help me, sir.
Officer Mickens. Yes, sir. Give us your report of the crime. Consider that order. Yes, sir. As you wish. After all, I am part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir. I'm sorry. You can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm. Right. What do you have to tell us? I feel called out. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. Oh, okay. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought my life, and I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake.
So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you.
Do unto others before they do unto you. That's what Mickens' family motto, sir.
I see. And you fainted, and a colleague helped you regain consciousness.
Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination now.
What I need here is more info to work with. That means... Press. Screen rushed it, was doing what I was trying to do, suddenly... Yeah, presses. So we were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir! A knife!
Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you. What happened then?
Well, With me charging on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. Not exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand. Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be... When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. Press. What exactly do you mean when you say you did it? I know I don't look like the type, but I'm really into Kung Fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. You took his knife. I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. I see. He must have been desperate. Next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of blood. And then the next thing I knew...
Yes?
He punched me right in my face, sir. Okay. Let me just press everything before I press the last statement. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck. So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right? There it is! I found it! This is the one right here.
Could you please read us the number?
Yes, sir. It's 489895996. That's my number, sir. I see. But the number 4989596 is shown as being used twice. Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated Blue Badger to the evidence room. And the second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down.
I see. It was during that second time when...
Yes, sir. That was when I spotted the man on the security screen. Data added to ID card record. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. Alright. Blah, 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 blah. I'll just press everything, I guess. Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Yikes, now there's a scary thought. Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not only ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir.
The Blue Badger?
Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir. Yeah, I could have... Could I have, like, find out whose fingerprints were those? But then again, I assume it's just Gumshoe's fingerprint. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transfer process. That was my sole mission for today, sir.
I see. Sounds like a very important mission.
After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I regulated the Blue Badger to the evidence room.
Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room.
Tell us, what did you see when you got there? Right. We'll press everything, then we'll see what sort of evidence we can present. It seems might be contradictory. About what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Oh, right. According to the report from the police that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head too. I woke up crying tears of pain.
It's nice. It's nice that you recovered. At ease.
When I came around, so I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir. The Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now. So we just have to press every segment, apparently.
I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened.
Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point.
Yes, Officer Mickens.
With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Cat delivered it to me just this morning, sir. The chief delivered it.
What is that? A videotape?
Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room.
Objection!
What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape. I was told it had been mistakenly erased.
That's quite a mistake.
I should do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever.
Well then, let's have a look. Show us that video of you murdering the victim.
Oh, please stop using that word. Murder, sir? It scares me. Videotape of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into? It's gonna be very ambiguous. Okay. Interesting. Open it up. Glove comes out. Now we have Mickens. And then... oh, my hand! He grabs him or shoves him and then fights. Okay, so that's 5:15 now. And... okay. That doesn't show anything. It doesn't show him killing anyone. It just shows him struggling and then he disappeared. And now there's something in the locker.
Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with this unsettling feeling stirred within us?
What? What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood? Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's the Blue Badger, sir. Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Alright then.
Yes, well, anyway, this tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter, someone in the evidence room, and some sort of, activity did take place.
Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that all right with you, Officer Mickens? Yes, sir. As you wish, sir. It doesn't even try to defend himself, apparently. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. True, baby.
What's this about a fingerprint?
Each detective has been given a locker, equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to.
Intriguing. That would mean the victim at a crime scene would have to been a Detective Goodman. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. Right, I kinda don't have any clue as to which statement she is sus. Well, just try to find out. But there's no question that it was Goodman, sir. Just gonna press this. But you don't know who, that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face. Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as having seen or not seen it.
Since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it.
Why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label yours as disturbing or... Miggins. Eek! Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain when you testify. Yes, sir. You claim the man who brandished the knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you are positive it was him. Press. About these lockers, is there no other way to open them? No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. The only response is registered fingerprints, sir. I wonder what kind of methods he's tried.
Here's the man who opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints. And he must be the person the locker was assigned to.
Exactly my point, sir. And this too. Okay. How certain? How do you know that information? I've heard rumors, sir. From people in the know, sir. People in the know. The workers in the department cafeteria, sir. They keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir. For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source.
So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint.
It must be he. No one else could have unlocked it. Are we sure no one else can unlock it? I can't examine anything about the locker. What about the glove? I don't think the glove has anything to do with anything. Yeah, the glove has nothing to do with this one. Evidence room floor plans. Goodman slides item report. Is there a different way to unlock it though? I'm gonna check, I have no clue. Oh my goodness, this is gonna be a long trial. Oh bloody hell. Or 5/5 statement. Okay, I just need to press. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video. The man's face. So, sir, if I may something, sir.
Please do. After all, you are the one being examined.
I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir.
Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie.
That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it. Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again. Is there a problem with the security video. Yes, I know there is, but not what Mickens is trying to talk about. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there's one thing in particular that seems rather strange.
Strange?
This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman.
What? This video contains such a contradiction.
Interesting. Hello. I love the reaction to first see seeing the video. Yep. Hello. Lemira Grammar. Hello. It's been a while. You're not a first-time chatter. It's been a while, indeed. Hello. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Anyways, let's see. Interesting, Your Honor. I have a proposal.
Yes, Mr. Edworth.
I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. You would want me to point it out?
Very well. Proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of.
I have to point out a problem in the video. This is the first time I've ever had to do that. This is the first time you ever reviewed a videotape. You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look at and be sure to point out the right thing. Right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. How did this guy ever become a police officer?
Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction?
Oh, okay. I'm just gonna fast forward. Because the contradiction is right at the end. Stabbed. Somehow can't see anyone moving. Pause. This. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this.
Yes, that is strange. Something certainly seems unnatural about that. What could it be?
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Wright, but you seem to have forgotten the point. Okay, not the right one.
No!
Okay. Damn it. Always have to be very specific about it. It's okay. At least I don't get penalized. Alright then, I have to do this. Aha! Take that! It's already open! Officer Mickens. Sir, do you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint, if it's a match. The light turns on and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. Yes, very interesting. Yeah, before Goodman came, the locker is already opened. It already lit. It's already lit up. When a victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind to a little earlier. Oh my goodness, this is gonna take so much longer. Can't you just skip and then just show everything? He's moonwalking. Here, notice the light.
What's this? It's already lit.
Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Ah!
Order! Order! What's the meaning of this?
It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime.
Objection!
But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When the door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked.
Oh, I know. It must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this.
That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction.
Oh well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation?
Me, Your Honor?
Yes, why wasn't the locker locked?
Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jam the system sensor? Something jam the sensor? Say. There's something else that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's got to be another clue somewhere in this footage.
Very well, let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked. Mr. Wright, please point it out.
Okay, let me pause this for a moment. Alright, let's do it. I guess that was something sus. The gloves were jamming it, probably. This was sus. Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Oh no! Stop wasting my time. Can I skip this? Slowly panning, pan. Open it up. Oh.
What's this? Something white fell out of the locker.
But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are open. I often fall out and roll great distances when I open my car. We can't be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with.
What do you mean?
The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door?
Inserted?
Man, we have to do this twice. For everything. Bump. This white thing was inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of the 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me.
The object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door.
Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator.
Yes, an insulator at a crime scene.
There just might have been something that fits the description. Sir, by insulator, you don't mean... I think I finally got this figured out.
Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck in the locker door?
This thing. I found this near the locker. A thin rubber glove.
We can't be sure that was in the victim's locker.
It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker, but that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is that not so, Officer Mickens? Sir, it would appear so, sir.
Order, order, order! So, are we to believe, then, that the victim, whom this witness stabbed into the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman?
Objection!
Do not be misled, Your Honor.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
The defense has merely demonstrated a possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Mickens, please testify about this. Sir, me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. Is this a joke?
Very well. Begin your testimony.
Mystery Man number 2. There's one other thing that proves that the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, detective had used this card.
An ID card record. I see.
I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 5:14 is that of the victim.
Just before the crime. Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transfer. Why were there so few people using this room?
This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference, because my hair is spiky. There were only a few cases up for transfer there, and most were cleared up by noon.
Right, I see. Now, let us move on to the cross-examination.
All right. I'm gonna press this. Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man who to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you. Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir. Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There won't be any reason to draw a knife. Maybe he just panicked. Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out. Mr. Wright, what do you think? I'm confused. The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It sounds like Edgeworth to me something like this. You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we got. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. I think that is not the case. right? Or no? Does someone have to use the ID card? I don't feel like this is really relevant. And I'm gonna check. Yeah, don't want to waste time. Let's just do this. Okay. So it's so many. All right then. Anyways, let's just present this.
Objection!
No? Yes? Oh no! It's not. Bloody hell. Second, third, fourth. Okay. I'm gonna present this one.
Objection!
No, I have to like what? Press all of them or something? This one. Objection! Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at a crime scene.
That makes sense.
When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card.
The lost item report. It's only half completed.
But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess, you believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card.
Order! So now, what does this all mean?
It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Mickens encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card.
Order! Does the prosecution have a response?
I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo? Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. the day of the murder, of the crime. The man in the evidence room Officer Mickens encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes? What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That is... well, I guess that's right. There's something wrong, Mr. Wright. Only moments ago you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This is going to end well. Well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you got to such lengths to prove.
Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth.
The defense has already done explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime.
So,
The real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot, at the prosecutor's office. The murderer being Miss Lana Sky, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. Oh! I got trapped.
Posture check.
Oh,
Hydrate.
I will do all those. Thank you for it, Extreme. I knew that the testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. It's a trap.
the activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Mickens encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman.
Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something or else Lana... What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? Object!
Objection!
One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. That security video did not show the actual murder. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then, yes. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter.
Mr. Ashworth,
Yes, Your Honor.
if this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Your prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean... Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness.
Oh, whom do you have in mind?
Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply.
Very well, then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testify. What is his or her name?
Take that!
Jake!
Jake Marshall. Not Jake Light. Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't let Ashworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel so we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare.
Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time?
We will, Your Honor.
Court is now in recess.
February 24th, 11:32 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured anything out. Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma, you always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? You know, don't beat around the bushes. Don't wait for the plot twist to happen. Just tell us. Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me?
I hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around all while on duty. And to top it all off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
Sorry, Detective.
You better be, pal. Hey. Hey! 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 I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky.
That's okay. So, have you brought what I asked?
You mean this, right?
Okay. My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name?
Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy.
The SL9 incident. But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here. You might do well to read them.
I can't believe you, the Chief Prosecutor, were a witness in that case.
Miss Sky was a witness. Files for the Joe Dark killings, solved 2 years ago. Right, let me read it. Closed. Perpetrator Joe Dark. Serial murder, death. Victims Edward Jones, Edith Kirby, Jeb Bates, Neil Marshall, Rachel Moss, Jason Knight. Head prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Witnesses Lana Sky and Emma Sky. Investigators Damon Gantz, Lana Sky. Head investigator Bruce Goodman. Investigators. Alright, all this checks out. What checks out further is Marshall, same last name. Related? Possibly.
Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with these serial murders. Oh what? Now that I've brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me?
Emma? But why? Why is your name in here? What? My name's in there? I don't know. Unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that... That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. Joe Doc. No. No, Lana. It's over with. No. Oh no, PTSD. Emma, wait. She ran away.
You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal. I'm out of here.
Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This case can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. I better take a good look at his file. To be continued. Alright. Yes, save my progress. Trial letter. Let's do this. Oh no. I just found out that this is not the final court trial. Oh boy. Oh boy. Which means I really want to finish this, so once we are done with this trial, I'll have to continue streaming this later tonight. Yeah, it's double work for me, overtime for me. Alright, February 24th, 12:14 p.m, District Court, Courtroom number 9.
The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye.
Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime.
Look.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Look.
Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trials of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross exit intersections when needed. Yes, we get it.
Oh, I know. You're a patrolman.
As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. Partner.
What do you mean?
A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up.
Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English.
Alright. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They say I'm supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, that room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at the street side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Okay, I have no idea what he's talking about.
I can't say I particularly care for your attitude.
I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful. It's not that good with machines, or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses. Now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor?
This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, it's all yours.
Alright then, cowboy. 3 times a day. Why? But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I say, partner? I told you that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. No desperados I know join the police force.
So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime,
Just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day.
there was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that?
Sorry, partner, can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired? You used to be a detective, so you used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course. Back in the day, my locker was a goldmine of evidence. And yet you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism. Sorry, partner. I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. That's quite incredible. The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too.
At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place?
What are you talking about? What are you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. Not even angel steak launches can beat that Paulus von Gold Sepius pasta.
Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles?
Not at all, desperados eat tacos, partner.
That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson.
That's strange. This is usually what Edgeworth says. Did you not want to race this year? Out of ammo, Officer Marshall? That's right, partner, or as you had called, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset.
One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything.
Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that. Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I best keep my cool. Before I use it though, I better be, up the ends. How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still. Even time doors in there. It's just a caretaker who entered into recordings. You interred them. Videos of nothing are that useful, and the time would come I'd raise the tape. If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase a tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but isn't going to do him any good. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. I've pressed everything. Okay, I have to look at it. What am I supposed to do? Okay, trump card, I guess. You're not there. Well, this contradicts it. Objection! Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I am the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects, that is, make my rounds, about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints will be in there.
Objection!
I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at a crime scene.
The blood was wiped away. However, a luminal test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall, about the bloodstained fingerprints.
Very well. You may begin your testimony about your fingerprints found at the scene of the crime.
Well, how long have I been streaming? Oh man, it's a long time. This is a long case. Damn. Bloodstained fingerprints.
Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained handprint. Murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. Bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. But did you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. I have nothing to do with it. The witness's explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt.
Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner.
The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
This guy's hiding something. I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. Bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. The murderer was wearing gloves. Right. I don't want just to randomly do this. Just going to go straight to see what I have to do.
Hold it!
That's because you, how did you put it, pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. Then one more thing. That lockup happens to be mine.
What? What do you mean?
I mean what I say. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, those a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from the locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. Print had been wiped. Then we shall... Yeah, I had a feeling the final statement was pretty weird.
Hold it!
How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job, keep my own reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene, though to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Well, yeah, I think we tried that too.
So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint.
That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? This sea of blood is the desert. It's just food for the buzzards. There is only one reality, and that's this. The security tape. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. Oh, but there is. I just found out really early on.
This isn't just getting us anywhere, Mr. Rice. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall.
Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner? Can I object with this? I want to object with this. Apparently no, I can't object with that. I have to press instead. Would I have a thought about it? Maybe, maybe not. What do you mean by that? You want to tie me down to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have.
Objection!
But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots.
Blind spots?
Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape.
Objection!
We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright.
Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now, yes.
Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making a mistake.
Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us this incriminating evidence.
Fast forward. Fast forward. Fast forward. Fast forward. Fast forward. Fast forward. Let's go, go, go. Go, 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 go. There's also one thing I notice is there's blood on his shoulder now. There's blood on the coat. But that's not relevant to us right now. What's relevant is this thing here.
Take that!
Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. Days are short in Texas, and so are tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Oh, exactly 8 words. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video.
Head locker with the white cloth sticking out. It was the witnesses, I believe.
Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Bum 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 bum. Well, talking about that coat with the blood, I think I will, when I have the chance, I'll look into another picture to see if it's the same.
Oh, the white cloth. It's gone.
Yeah, I want to take a look at this picture. It looks like it, but I don't think it's the same. The blood stain is different as well.
Oh, the white cloth. It's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall?
When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away.
Order! Order! It would seem...
Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So while my locker was open, that doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened the locker and stuck it in. Not my fault he happened to choose mine. He really is not good with machines. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't just playing dumb. He is dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah, I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker? Now prove it. Fingerprint sensor. We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this.
In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people who in the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks.
So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? Snap! Oh no snap yet. I only got one word for you, partner. No! He got shot.
Order! 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 Witness, explain yourself.
If this is a joke, it's the worst I ever heard. I assure you, this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime.
Ole, please answer the question.
What is he now? A bullfighter? That's all right, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here.
We can?
Have a look at these floor plans. There is no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer McKenzie and see Officer Marshall.
If that's so, then where was the witness?
It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right. The only possible conclusion.
Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime?
Here.
Take that!
Officer Marshall was standing right here.
There, that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was.
Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman.
Objection!
But that's preposterous. Officer Mickens witnessed the detective at a crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure.
Objection!
May I point out though that Officer Mickens did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly put a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it?
Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it.
The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card.
Oh, I get it.
If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Mickens would have realized that man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? Still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dress up as the victim.
I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition.
I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining.
Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall, this stupid head, dressed up as the victim?
Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. Ugh, this can't be happening. It's so obvious it's the one. What can I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside of the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was open in the first place?
What do you mean?
There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker.
According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason.
The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside.
So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth?
Perhaps Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot.
Very well. Let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open this locker.
Very easy. Let's just skip. Let's skip. And skip some more. And skip more. Right about here. Ah, my hand! Struggling. Over here.
Take that!
For some reason, you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman and enter the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Mickens barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Mickens panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood.
A bloody white coat!
You couldn't just walk out like that. So you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner.
Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth?
Looks like I underestimate y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now, would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. All right. It seems the time has come. Oh. Final testimony, it seems. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. Stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Mickens. I knocked him out. Managed to escape. I knew which areas would be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15.
So the supposed victim was really you.
But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Mickens managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. Marshall's confession. Right, explain yourself. When you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transfer of that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. What did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only the case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at myself one more time, no matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why I... Take out what evidence? Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transfer, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which won't get me anywhere. So, you did it to fool the security camera.
And the detective's ID card.
I stole that morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint activated lock. Of course, no matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you would have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could, because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. I wasn't expecting Officer Mickens. I knocked him out. Which means he was in it. At 4:50, he was... No. He was not in the... Interesting. He was not in the... but he... No. He was in it, but not on the day he was murdered. Right, I'm not going to just randomly press stuff. Let me see. Oh, press all the statement, okay. You pulled a knife on Officer Mickens and tried to drive him off. Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time.
Officer Mickens certainly is a one-in-a-million type of person, mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID.
I'll have to think a little more about this race this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me, and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way, with me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? Okay, I don't know what to say.
So you knocked Officer Mickens out and...
He did not use the broken knife from the evidence. He used his own knife. So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference though. Security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Mickens. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened up my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Mickens doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby.
So what you're saying is on that day...
Right. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. Were you blind? The victim shown at that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So, you stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What?
What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence?
It's still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer, this is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. You can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with.
The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more.
Okay.
Hold it!
But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room.
Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence.
I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it?
I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that bothers me. Something went down in that trial. Something no one will talk about.
What happened?
I don't know. That's why I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. A feeling with it wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. Better take another look at the files. Right, I know what to do now. This. Objection! Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In the list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard that name. 2 years ago. He received the same lousy prosecutor award you got.
What? A prosecutor?
He must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. Now, I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. The case fell into your hands.
What's this relation to you?
He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant and the Deputy Chief of Police. So that's him at the bottom. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We worked desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. It was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. It was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed, at least according to the public records.
What do you mean?
My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. That's it. That's your reason for your insane actions. There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me.
Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime.
That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with the resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Mickens confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that had happened by chance never ceased to amaze. At exactly the same time as a murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going at the police department. Chance? It's got to be more than just that.
So, if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one.
Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky. But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Also, murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Sky. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. That's my response. Oh no. I rest my case.
It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt.
Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera tape really was fake, but I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana's guilt.
Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
Who's that? Emma. Your Honor, wait. Emma? The defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right?
Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian?
Your Honor, in a sense. Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Ashworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. Want a minute? I'll give you 3. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings. Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky sisters were in that file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker?
But no fingerprints were found on it, right?
No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. So did you find something? No? No. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy.
Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright, with regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain?
It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, I can't be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be...
Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day.
Yes, Your Honor. If ever I needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? I object!
Objection!
I don't know, but I'm going to object. This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright. Oof!
You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them?
Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that when drawn will completely change the meaning of the blood mark.
Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time.
Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use.
The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans?
The Blue Badger panel? Perhaps? Yep, apparently it is.
Take that!
What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force, defender of the truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Oh, was it? I thought it was like in the middle. Well,
What?
gasp! That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker. What?
So that means... just exactly what does that mean?
It means it can't be done.
Are you saying blood traces were undeniably found on that locker?
Don't look at me. I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Mickens was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left before the Blue Badger was brought in.
Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched boulder dash in my courtroom.
It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, the police department's evidence room. Blood was spilled not once, but twice. Ugh, but how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Mickens cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time. What other time then? Blue Badger was not removed. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been someone who took evidence from the locker. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur?
To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Mickens being caught by Jake Marshall, who was posing as this Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room.
That's right. The blood mark on the locker proves this.
Very well. Then tell us, when did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented.
Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that.
Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place?
I would say it's the... this, maybe? Oh, it's not. Oh, wait. This, apparently. IDs of all who entered the evidence room on 21st February.
Take that!
If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. In order to do so, an ID card would have been required.
An ID card? Oh! The ID card record!
Officer Mickens brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be
4:40 p.m. Oh! Oh! Miles Edgeworth, just what have you done?
I never would have figured you had a nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it.
I'm afraid I don't understand either.
It's clear from the luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Mickens and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have just had 10 minutes to murder victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible.
That would mean the crime must have been taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room.
Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining. 777777. Talk about lucky number.
Wait, That doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room?
Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 777-7777.
Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 777-777-777.
It's 17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card, at least at present. What? Explain yourself, you son. The ID number 777-7777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity.
Objection!
But that's ridiculous. Just how... I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority.
If an official charge filed against an executive accepted.
An official charge? You're alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. It's how the prosecutor's office operates.
Objection!
I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes. Now, not you, to her. The defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana?
Objection!
Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number, and it's not 777-7777. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident.
The SL9 incident.
Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Do you need to witness? Repeat the question, Chief Prosecutor. I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Lana? I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law.
Defendant, just what are you saying?
I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did?
Chief Prosecutor, you didn't.
I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. What did we have to? What did what we had to? We did what we had to, man, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana, even if it involved forging evidence. Oh, I kind of understand what you're referring to. Forging evidence now. Not literally, but kind of. See, that's what I'm talking about. No. No!
Order, 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 order!
Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. To be continued! Okay, well. Cliffhanger. I was not expecting one. But yeah, so I'll have to pause this, but I will continue. I will continue right after I take my dinner routine breaks and all that stuff and recuperate, and we'll come back to this one again. I promise. All right. And yeah, we'll definitely finish this by today because this is too much. I was hoping that this final case is just going to be a short one, but no, this is also a 3-day trial, and it's taking too much of my time. We're like 4 hours 30 minutes right now, and yeah, anyone that is watching in the VOD, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this stream, and yeah, if you like what you see, maybe give a like, subscribe, and follow. Not follow, and maybe comment something. Maybe. But yeah, we'll see you all again next time very soon, because we're going to do this. We're going to finish it. Right? So take care, stay hopeful, but be critical. Right? Bye-bye to those that are watching in the VOD.